Hello.
Is this thing on?
Is it?
Let's power down the music a little bit. Hello. We are here playing the game of all time.
Classic.
Oh, I gotta
The
move
classic
this
PT.
over to my other monitor.
The classic PTCGO live.
Yes, sir. Playing PTCG live.
What a word. Or what a sentence.
What a time to be alive. I can keep going, he says as he's reached his final joke.
He's on his feet now.
Yeah. Alright, so we're here to do some gaming. Or are we ready? I pre-built a deck before we started the stream just to make sure I wasn't spending like the first half of it deck building, you know?
Yeah, no, I did too. So, yeah, I'm good to go. I got a couple decks to play.
Oh, I only built ones. We'll piece it together.
Yeah, I mean, we'll go from there. I built a couple, like, for fun ones that I just kind of wanted to try out. And then, obviously, I have, like, Gardevoir that I'm actually playing.
Oh, well, I found this one on the interwebs today, and it had me curious, so I'm interested to try this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna start with this. Ooh. Let me scroll down here so I can only see chat. No cheating.
Oh, yeah. You see, I, as the streamer, am lucky that I have a chat widget that just pops out.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a big deal. Like I said, I usually just scroll down so I can't see it. And I'm gonna be honest, the time or two I've ever, like, forgotten that it was up on the screen, I just, like, never looked at it the entire time.
Yeah.
Because I was so focused on playing my own decks.
I mean, I don't know. This is just casual games. I really don't care.
Oh, yeah.
Today, but...
I like to keep it as real as possible, though, you know? Unless it's like we're asking each other questions for some reason or something.
Alright, this is a hand.
Yeah.
You know what? I can make this work, actually. I don't like it, but I can make it work.
Yeah, this isn't too bad. Ooh.
What shenanigans are you up to over here?
What are you talking about?
I see a Mew EX and a Squovit, and I'm immediately suspicious. The Nestash! Well, the Nestash into the restart, though, that's kind of hype.
It was a pretty bad hand. It's still not great, but you know. We make it work.
Alright. Okay, that top deck actually really helps.
Don't tell me that.
Alright, I'm swinging.
Oh my god, the Sui and Samurai.
This is where I find out my Squawkabilly's prize, thank god. We're going in.
Oh my god, he's going big.
Let's see. How can I... Is there a way for me to do this?
No.
Maybe not. Just a little unfortunate. Maybe attach the booster. Guess...
I love that full art, Arvin. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't know.
It's very good.
I don't know. Yeah, yeah. It's just the style of the artwork, you know.
Yeah.
It really pops.
God, I don't think there's anything I can grab here to make a.
Make a big diff.
Yeah. Guess I'm gonna need one of these next turn.
Hey, that's not allowed. Alright.
Well,
It was crazy. Still didn't get anything I needed.
let's go nest dash restart combo.
Hey man, sometimes you gotta. This deck's proven why it's not great right now. I wish it wasn't.
Oh, this sucks.
Yeah.
That guy hits me for weakness. I don't like that. Alright, that's a card. Classic me, not thinking I needed to play a card in my hand. Not that. Well, we ball. I needed to boss. I saw the stadium, I was like, ooh.
Oh. What's it like? Being able to have a draw engine. I mean, I got the mini one going.
Not as good as I was hoping.
You need to stop that. You need to stop that right now. Not my squell of it.
Going after a little bro. Okay, well, that's a card.
All right.
He's gaming.
Maybe. Oh.
You have absolutely got to be kidding me.
Yo, cards. Love to see it. Don't do it.
This is great. No. "21 cards left in deck, and I haven't seen a V-Star yet." Wait, is the effect optional? Oh, move to dark energy. Oh. That had me confused for a second, I'm not gonna lie. So what am I doing? Whip. I'm doing 220, that's at 240. Okay, that's fine. We can go here. Bro! What the what do I have to do?
That unfortunate.
Oh my god, there's only one prize. They're in the deck. I hate this game so much. This is so stupid. Stealing your deck ideas? Excuse me, sir, I stole this from Twitter. Let me help you out though, man. Don't play this. There are 13 cards left in my deck, and I can't find a V-Star to save my life. In no world should I ever be announcing Shadow Slash, but that's just where we're at right now.
Very unfortunate.
Hmm.
Oh,
Of course, I've been saying all this. This might be my favorite version of Iron Valiant so far. This is kind of cool.
really?
Kind of cool. Don't put me in the Regal blender, bro.
Regally blended.
Hmm.
No, not my belt.
Nice try.
Oh, he's going for the stadium.
Hmm. the problem with this version of Valiant is that it does not run as many Switch cards. You're not playing basic, so Switch card is just kind of pointless. Well... Very cool.
Wow.
I had boss in hand for the Babero. I needed one more turn.
Uh,
I also
Yeah,
needed
it's
a switch
unfortunate.
off of that, not escape rope, so I could KO the Superior. Ugh. Unfortunate.
Yeah. You gotta love Arceus decks though. Just like they're just piles. They're so fun.
It all just kind of came together.
Bro, it was so bad starting out, and I was just like, all right, well, guess I'm just gonna Starbirth.
All things are possible through Starbirth. I also couldn't find like a V-Star until like turn 4. Like, what was that about?
That was crazy.
I'll try it again.
Run it back. I hope I play well.
Please, for the love of God, I need it.
I don't know why the live like intro sentences always kill me.
They're so bad. My strikes are just too rapid.
I'm just too rapid.
Wait, do Valiant decks usually go first? I don't even know.
I think he would most of the time.
Oh, God.
What? Don't look.
I'm in danger. If he discards that Gudra, Chad, it's over. What the What? What is this? Bruh.
What?
You gotta be kidding me.
What? I'm just playing the game, bro.
I prized one Hisuian Samurott V-Star again.
That's rough.
So that means I won't see a V-Star until turn 4. That's crazy. Go, Fooster Booster. The Altaria. Oh, would you looky there?
Unfortunate.
By the power of Ultra Ball. You know? Never told you how much I hate Professor's Research.
Nope.
I hate it a lot. Like a lot. That was bad. How was it that bad?
It just be like that sometimes. My man going off. Gotta get that Bidoof. The God King himself. You're not supposed to be able to see me. I have a poncho on.
Not good enough for the future tech.
For the future tech. For the techie on bit.
I got that Fooster Booster, don't you know? Oh my lord.
Alright, I need some gas. That was not gas.
Bro, we're both on the struggle bus tonight. Yo! The Celestial Roar. And it's the fire energy, it's the one you don't even need.
I know.
Oh, that's painful. Sure.
Whoa! Have some sympathy. Ruthless.
Yeah, that poor Morpeko had no idea what was coming.
Yeah, look at him. He's just like, he's kicking.
Oh, I could have barreled for one, and I definitely should have. And we're both having some trouble tonight. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I had a Duraludon VMAX, 2 switches, and I drew a grass energy. Just nothing.
No.
Just nothing. Oh, I had a super rod too. Just absolutely like nothing.
Yeah, Regidrago decks be like.
I know. It was like Regidrago. The problem with Regidrago in standard.
Unfortunate. Oh, what the heck? Alright. Oh, you know what? Let me do that. We're gonna put together a deck here real quick.
He's cooking, chat.
He's net decking, chat.
At the end of the day, is that not what cooking is?
I mean,
You gotta start somewhere. Sometimes.
I was thinking earlier today, like, keep seeing so many people, oh, I got the sauce for, X event, whatever. I'm like, no, you don't. I know you don't. In this format, I don't think so.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Although that's like probably 90% me being a little sour on the format.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, like we've talked about, I don't hate the format right now, but at the same time, it is like nowhere near my favorite.
It's a little fast for my liking.
I know they were doing so well with EXs and things like that. And we just kind of like turboed up like crazy again.
Well, they had to get the Paradox Pokemon out somehow, and, they're all basics, so...
True.
I think it's just kind of an unfortunate circumstance of, the things that they have to market.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you can't, because, Paradox Pokemon being, the whole big thing from Scarlet and Violet, you can't really,
Yeah, they can't not be
they can't
kind of the highlight.
good, at least for,
Yeah.
the first set. Like,
A
and the rest of
while.
them, if they want to make the rest of them trash and, whatever, but, the first few at least had to be good. Just so that they could sell the product.
I
To a
agree,
point,
it
I
makes
get that.
sense. Yeah.
We're almost a year away from the last rotation, but I still keep wanting to type in Ordinary Rod when I see Super Rod.
I miss Ordinary Rod, I'm not gonna lie.
That card is broke. When you really sit down and think about it, you're like, dang, that card is actually dummy good.
Bro, say what you want about Sword and Shield, but the support in that meta was just like chef's kiss. You know what I mean? It was like everything you could ever want.
Yeah, all the good trainers were way over the top. It was crazy.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of why I've been enjoying Sword and Shield to Silver Tempest, in retrospect. Because I've picked it up and played it every now and again since it's gone, and I'm like, dang, this format was actually kind of okay. Not amazing, but it was kind of okay.
Bro, how broken do you think Ogre Pawn's gonna be when we finally get it in print?
Insanely broken. This game is not slowing down anytime soon. Ogre Pawn is a basic.
Bro, I'm thinking about how they do it. What if they just go absolutely crazy and drop the maskless tool cards for it? I guarantee you one of them would just be insane.
I was having this conversation with Jake actually. I do genuinely expect Ogre Pawn to be an A-spec .gimmick deck. Kind of like Virizion Genesect from Black and White, where you have these tool cards that go specifically on Ogre Pawn and they're just ridiculous.
I'm gonna be honest, that'd be kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie.
It would be kind of cool.
It might be a little too broken, but I mean the idea of it is cool. I like that a lot, actually. I've been using Ogre Pawn in the VGC actually a
Oh
little
yeah.
bit. Yeah, yeah. I've been playing Grind. I know Hearthflame is like its best mask, but I've been using the what's it called? The Water One Teal mask, something like that.
The Wellspring
Uh,
mask.
yeah, the Wellspring. Just so I have a water type on my team.
I think, I mean, I could be wrong because I don't keep up with the VGC meta, but I think, I think the meta has shifted to where Wellspring is actually the best.
Really. I mean, they're all pretty good to be
Oh yeah,
fair.
they're
Like
all
all three,
insanely good.
like all of them are pretty viable. But like, I mean, Water Fire is just a good typing to have. So I mean, like Heartflame's always like good in that regard. But or not Water Fire, but Grass Fire.
Yeah.
But I mean, Water Grass is still a pretty good typing also. And Grass, is it rock or is it ground? I think it's
I think
rock,
Rock.
isn't it? Yeah. Grass rock isn't like awful either.
Yeah, I think that one did well at a regional recently. I don't fully remember though.
Yeah. It is a cool mod, I'm not gonna lie. I did enjoy that story. I've been partially using it just because like personal little like Pokemon lore wise me is
Oh
just like,
yeah,
oh man,
sure.
I gotta use him on my team for a bit. Like he's sad, he's been lonely.
Yeah.
Gotta like get him stretch his legs out, let him get some.
All that things we just went through together.
I know. I'm kind of wanting to get into the VGC more. I've been thinking about it. It's just it's such a commitment, you know.
Oh yeah.
Say what you want about VGC players, but those people are encyclopedias of like just knowledge. Like you think you
There's
know
so
Pokemon
much.
until you're playing VGC, dude, and like you're like, man, what's the best option here? What's the best attack? Like what is that typing of that Pokemon? I'm pretty good until you get to about like Sun and Moon, yeah. Once you get to about Sun and Moon, it's like obviously I know like all the important Pokemon from that era, but like there's a couple of stragglers that slip through, and I'll see a Pokemon sometimes, and I'm like, man, what is he again?
Not to mention the calcs.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like the
yeah.
big
That's
thing
not
for
even get.
me.
I was about to say that's not even getting into the calcs and all that stuff.
That's why I was just like, you know what? Let me roll up with a cool team and just pretend like I know what I'm doing, and we'll go from there. Let's rock the Desperation Gardenia for 2.
It's it's not looking great.
So as you can tell, my setup was not great either. We're just not having a good day today.
No, it is not.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Oh,
Insane.
oh, I've been wanting to try that deck. I haven't built it yet, but I
Ever
think
played
I wish
it?
I wish they would do a little more with V unions. I'm not gonna lie. I know we're kind of past the point of V's, but
Yeah.
I think V unions are pretty cool. That was a cool idea.
Um. 1, 2, 3. All right, perfect. I love Mirage Step.
Such a good ability. That's why you got to run at least a one of a Mirage Step, like
It's
100%.
so good. People doubted me for so long, and I'm like, no, dude, you gotta understand, it's so good, dude. Oh man, V unions are gonna rotate.
Oh, that's true.
I think the only one that we keep is Morpeko, I think.
Makes me sad.
That makes me want to play this deck even more. Guard Chomp.
Or with the chomp.
Suddenly glad I have my Manaphy, good lord. Yo, we doing it? The Celestial Roar? Let's go! No! Oh,
Yeah,
that's brutal.
the two lamps. It's not the end of the world. The Avery really sucks to lose.
I'm doing this because I haven't price checked and I really should. Okay. So I need that. Okay, cool. Alright. Oh, I should have taken another action there, actually. Oh well. Ugh. Feels so bad. I mean, the Manaphy is whatever, but still. Like, I literally cannot select the Curlias in that situation because they're Mirage stepped.
Be like that sometimes.
Legacy Star is such a wild V-Star power.
I know. I mean, honestly, it's pretty good. You know what I mean? Like,
Dude, it's oh, what is that card? I forget. There's a card from the Wizards of the Coast era. It's like Misty's Rage or something like that. And it's like literally,
Yeah.
I mean, the card is literally look at the top 7, pick 2, discard the rest. It's like, oh my god. But like the really fast turbo decks of Wizards era just spam that card repeatedly. It's like, dear god.
Yeah.
It's very funny though. Okay. All right. Hmm. Dear god. This is where I find out it's been prized this whole time. Oh, thank god. Oh, I thought my game crashed for a second. Bro, you've got 16 cards left in deck. No. Oh boy. Alright, you know what? You can stop that. You can stop that, sir. I don't like that you just did that to me.
I don't know what you want from me.
I cannot believe that you just did that to me. That's crazy.
Not my fault. What?
2 Gardevoir and a Curlia in play. 3 Ralts in the discard box. Oh, this is not good. Let's get some of those back. Hello, Jake. How are you tonight, my friend? Oh, big 6. We don't need the deck. Or free, I assume you mean from your college work.
I've already lost, dude. I'm just playing the game.
I understand. I understand completely. The Zygarde, hold up. Oh wait, that's right, I do have this card. I thought I was out of Gust. No longer. The curse of school has been lifted. I'm happy for you, friend.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go make myself a glass of juice real quick. I think we know how this is gonna go.
Yeah, as I draw through the deck here. Oh, hang on. I mean, I could just Ultra Ball for Glade and go search it out, but it's more fun to search, but just more fun to just take 2 off the top. All this draw and I'm still gonna miss it somehow. That's crazy. The rare game of Reversal Guardy that doesn't lose any prize cards. That'll never happen again.
Yeah. As much as I like the idea of Regidrago, it just like
It
can't keep up.
It just don't keep up, bro. I saw a cool version of the deck with like quad clef keys and the energized TM. Just kind of cool.
Yeah, I think I saw that too.
That might be the best way to play it, to be honest.
Maybe.
Gonna go listen to dad music now. Okay.
I think I should just make it as an expanded deck if I want to live out that dream, probably.
Oh, Regidrago is one of the best decks in Expanded.
Yeah.
I would be more willing to play Expanded in PTCG Live if it, was actually expanded.
Yeah, I know. Drives me crazy.
Yeah, the fact that it still isn't like that is it bothers me.
Like, I could understand if you told me it was gonna take a while to get all the older cards implemented, but like,
It's been a while.
yeah, it's just to like not do it at all. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me because I don't know, man. Like, why wouldn't you want to put the old cards in the game? Like, we won't play the game. We won't play the whole game, you know?
Dude, I hope they don't stop at expanded. I want them to go full on retro. That'd be sick. I mean, I know they
Yeah,
won't, but that'd be sick.
yeah, I know. It'd be sick if you could play like Fossil on live. So like, I mean, that just is like an experience. It's harder to get IRL. That's like the
Yeah,
whole point of the
yeah.
online game. Yeah. Ba, 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 ba.
My quest to find the play for the
Ba,
League Cup
ba,
this weekend
ba,
continues.
ba, ba, ba. Pew, pew, pew. I've had the Wii theme stuck in my head like all day for some reason.
I mean, it's a pretty good one.
It is.
I'm open to deck ideas from the chat, by the way, if anyone has any recommendations.
I have a challenge up for you whenever you're ready.
Oh,
How dare it be Tails?
how dare!
Whoa!
Uh,
Whoa!
uh, uh, I'm, I'm gonna need you to chill out here, homie. I'm gonna
What do
need
you
you to chill
mean?
out, bruv.
What do you mean? I'm playing the meme decks. You got my little guy over there. You got Ralts. What do you think a Ralts would feel like if you touched it? Like, I feel like it'd be like smooth, but kind of like squishy at the same time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Whatever it's got on his head is probably hard as rock. Like a shell kind of thing. I don't know, it's kind of weird.
I know.
Although I guess on Gardevoir, like that green bit is like is that supposed to be hair or is that like solid? Does it always stay like that? I don't know.
I've always imagined it's actually like hair.
Yeah,
That makes the most sense to me.
Pokemon are weird.
Yeah, that's what, that's part of what makes them so cool, though.
Correct. Hey, you're welcome for that, artisan.
Hey, man, gotta take advantage of what you got. Sometimes it's the big
Oh,
wheel in the sky.
I'm gonna need you to chill out over there.
Tell them about what?
Yo, the shoes. Man's digging.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Chat, let me know if you can hear the music through my mic. Trying not to have it clash too much. But I also want to be able to hear it. We live to see another day. Alright.
Wild.
Just reversal guardy things. Oh. The 2 energy down the drain. That feels bad.
Mhm. That hurt. That hurt. That hurt a lot.
Can I... Hang on. Hang on. Oh, I closed the stream tab. Hang on.
Oh no.
Can I clip that? I don't know if I could do that from my end. Hey, those energies look familiar.
Do they?
Oh my god. That was brilliant. Yep, wonder what I'll pick.
You don't know, dude. I could have picked like, say Zamazenta or something. Like,
I mean, true. Alright, game, what's it gonna be? Yeah! Could have been worse. Hey, yo! Ba- 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 ba. Decisions, decisions, decisions. I'm scared. Oh no.
what does that mean?
Oh no.
What does that mean?
Oh, that was not very good. It was pretty bad, actually.
Oh,
What was that? What was that? Oh, the V-Star. Bro, that Pokestop has not been good.
no, that's not been kind to me at all.
Oh, I hate that card.
It's been rather dickish.
You've certainly gone through your deck at a pretty hefty rate.
I don't know.
It's pretty impressive, I'm not gonna lie.
Have I been making smart decisions? Probably not. Fighting a Gardevoir, but
It's it's not so much that. The Pokestop giveth and it taketh away.
yeah.
And so do the Lost Zone, actually. How dare you?
Listen, man, it's a struggle over here.
Well, kinda need that. Yeah, okay. Okay, sure.
Lol.
Crunch. It's the boogeyman! Okay,
Woogie.
this is just mean. My hand. It was mildly okay. gonna do it, and this would be. Oh, that's right. I did prize one of those. I forgot. Oop. Sorry, chat. Bang the mic. You know, I hadn't considered this.
Being honest, you have it.
Trying to have it in the most resource efficient way possible. Eh. Fine. Uh...
Easy.
Oh, you had some tough lost zones there.
Very tough.
When I saw double energy hit the lost zone off of Colress, I was like, oh my god. It's a major oof.
Yeah. Yeah, I only run one psychic energy, so like I lost that immediately. Couldn't use Sableye anymore.
Yeah, I saw that. I
But
was just like, normally these weirdo lost zone decks don't run very many psychic energy, but I'm gonna keep it safe anyway.
yeah, and I mean I had Dialga online. I just couldn't get into the V Star.
Hey, just like me with Samurai. V-Stars just do not... Well, actually, I say that. You got... Your Arceus's went crazy in that first game. Missed them
They
for,
give
like,
it.
the first 2 turns, and you still just like, yep, Starbirth wins me this game. It's like, well...
Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes.
It do. It
I
really
mean,
do.
Dialga, ever since they lost Metal Sauce or Dialga, it's just been so hard
It's
to play.
so rough.
Yeah. Metal just don't got much going for it right now.
Okay, yeah, no, definitely not. Alright, gonna take a quick break here. Get up, stretch, use the bathroom, refill my drink. We'll be right back. Alright, chat room. Hello, hello. I'm back. I don't think Josh is back yet, so we'll just chill out here for a bit. Is everyone enjoying the stream so far? Hello. This is how y'all can tell that I'm good. I'm in that Pikachu league. Yeah, bro. Oh, hang on. Let me turn your mic back on. There you go.
Waka waka.
Waka flocka. Jake, is that you having fun with the emotes? That's such a funny thing. Like, I don't understand, like, why this is a thing for YouTube, but it just is. I don't know why, but I love it.
What, the emo bar?
Yeah, that just, like, has the fluttering emotes coming up. I don't know why, but I love it. Oh, we're rolling again? Alright, bet. Say we do a few more games and then maybe tier list. Paradox Rift tier list.
Yeah, sure. We'll do a couple more matches. Start rounding it up. We'll round it off with the tier list.
Let's head back to this. Let's see if I can make this feel better. Do. Oh! Let's go! Oh, this is sick.
Listen. I saws it. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to build it. Why not?
Yo, it's the one prize deck that Valiant can't destroy.
Sexy.
Watching but can't chat. Okay. All good. Oh, that's right. I think you mentioned on my last Twitch stream that YouTube's harder for you for whatever reason. My bad. It's like I said, I think I mentioned this on the last podcast. I think we were thinking about doing a Twitch page as well. That way we can multi-stream to both platforms. I mean, there's like literally no reason not to. How dare you?
What do you mean?
I had 2 V-Star in hand.
Oh, nice. That would have been sick.
2 V-Star and 2 research.
Would have been sick.
That would have been.
Oh no! I misclicked!
Oh no!
That's very unfortunate.
It's alright, it'll buff. It'll buff.
Little buff.
I love that you can use those attacks even though your bench is full.
Even that, yeah, it just whiffs. It's funny. I don't know one of the Reggie rocks.
One at a time.
Put it on one of the Reggie rocks.
I can only do so much here. I got you, Home Slice. I got you. I want to see this pop.
The Merciless Blade.
It goes so hard for an attack name.
It really is. Even though you basically just like are doing 40 damage. What like a lackluster V-star power in like the grand scheme of things.
Which is really funny because when it was revealed and we were talking about it on the podcast, I was like gassing it up. I was like, this is actually really good.
Well, I mean, it seems like it would be really good at first, but it really does just kind of. I don't know, when you think about it, just like doing 40 damage is like your V star. If you're gonna run V stars, I mean, there's better options, but like
It's you got yes, Mooncleave Star, put 4 damage counters on one Pokemon. Or you could Starbirth, or you could
yeah. I was gonna say though.
It's just like, ugh.
I mean, I think it kind of gets away with it though with where the format's at right now, just because like V stars like aren't really quintessential to like most decks, you know. Like they definitely have their place, but considering you don't really need to run one, I mean, it's kind of just like, well, I mean, you're obviously using him for his other attack in the first place, so it's like, I mean, free 40 damage counters isn't a bad thing, I guess. Even if you just need to set it up so you can do, uh, 260 for one turn, which still isn't too bad, I guess.
It's wild to me that I need to do that just to get a KO.
Use your once a game ability. I mean, it really is just like lackluster compared to other
It just needs to do
or
more
I guess
base
most other
damage.
V stars. Yeah. Even if you were doing, even if they just upped it to 240, I think even if you were just doing 240 with Merciless Blade, that'd be a lot. So at least then you're once like a game KO. If you need it, you're hitting 280. That's much more viable.
Oh man, yeah, that would get it over the line on V stars if you use the V star power.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I still can't go off.
No, I forgot Reggie Gigas decks play that card.
I miss when Reggies were super popular. Actually, Reggies was like such a fun I guess you couldn't really call it off meta, but it was just like such a fun like different change of pace to play.
Yeah.
I mean,
And it became one of the best decks in the game for a while there.
yeah, for a decent while, bro. Like if you just wanted a consistent deck to play for quite a while, like you just wanted something good and consistent, Reggie's was just like your deck. Like $40, you get like a top 5 deck that just performs well consistently and doesn't like. I mean, it had pretty good matchups. I wouldn't say it really like lost anything too hard back then
Yeah.
for quite a while. So, I mean, it really was just like $40. You just get a deck that can compete. It was cool, dude. I like the concepts that like at least just having to get all the Reggies on your bench,
Just
assemble them all,
it's just such a
ancient
cool combo
wisdom.
deck.
Yeah.
Like it's really unique. Oh my, what the fuck? Oh, oops. I watch my language. I drew like 4 energy off of that research.
What a Chad.
Oh. Oh, that sucks. The Reggie Gate.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
You gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, that attack is so good, though.
Really not bad. Like all the or at least most of the Reggies having a search option for each other is actually pretty convenient.
How do I see the most cards? I think we do this. Oops. Broken deck chat. I was thinking earlier that I should build Reggie's.
Shoot. Pretty. I mean, this is my first time playing it, but obviously it's still pretty fun.
Yeah.
I would be in a way better position if I hadn't accidentally grabbed that second Reggie rod.
Yeah, honestly. Probably would have put you into this position a turn sooner, probably.
Yeah.
Also doesn't help that you can't hit Samurott for weakness.
That is true.
That's like a surprisingly big deal in this matchup. Like back when Reggie's was like actually really good, what I would do is I would just like get 2 energy on Urshifu V and then just say GG.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because I'd one-shot everything with 100 Furious Blows. They would hit me, and then I would get another prize card, and then they would finally get a knockout, and then they have to deal with another Urshifu V. Like, they just can't, like... It just doesn't trade fast enough with things that it can't hit for weakness.
What?
Just the earthen vessel away, the earthen vessel.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
That's just funny to see. No! How does Sammy seem? It's okay. It's not, like, as punishing as other Iron Valiant decks, I think. Largely just because you can't play Switch Cart. Which means that, like... Well, I mean, you can. But, like, you can't switch out the V-Stars that way. And that just really hurts the... Like... It keeps it from being as aggressive as something like Entei Valiant. But it takes bigger knockouts than Entei Valiant, which I think is pretty cool. That and you play Barrel, which like solves my biggest problem with Valiant decks, is that like if you get hit with an Iono or a Judge, you just sit there and cry. Not with this one, because you actually get to play Barrel, and it's cool.
Gotta love the barrel.
It's so good, dude.
Definitely.
I'd probably try to play it to the cup this weekend, but I don't think I have any Samurats. You just say it is the greatest deck you've played? I'm sorry, I can't say that. I wish I could, because it's really cool, but I don't know. And maybe I'm just not used to it yet. Like, I think I need to play it a little bit more, but like, I don't know. Something's a little weird about it. Let me see. Is there anything... What else should I try and build? If anything. So there's some utility work going on outside my apartment. I don't know if anybody can hear that through the mic.
No, you've been like perfectly clear, at
Okay,
least for
okay.
me. Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, because I mean, it's like all like the truck and all that stuff is like literally right outside my window. Like it's insane.
God love it.
Homie, I probably got you. Does that got you include a fourth Iron Valiant then?
Ooh,
Because if it does, I might actually do it. I'm not sure yet. I'm like between this, Reversal Guardy, or like something like actually like meta. Still trying to figure it out. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I mean, I have them. I mean, I figured you did. You're a lot better at getting the staples than I am, or you're at least faster at it than I am. The Eternatus coin. Currently testing it against a certain top 10 junior. Which one? Entei Valiant or Sammy? Yes. Also, still trying to figure out if going first is correct or not. Well, not with a hand like this, it isn't. Oh boy. Entei? Okay, yeah. Yeah, but this is what I'm talking about right here. Like, Entei Valiant or Shifu Valiant, basically any other Valiant deck, like, it's a pretty good chance they would have KO'd that Ralts here. But this one, it's got that extra bloat from the evolutions and the barrel line that it doesn't really do that kind of stuff. Which admittedly is fine. Oh, and I missed turn 1 energy. Oh god. I'd like to research here, but I've got both booster boosters in my hand. I can't do it.
that's a little too much to give away.
Yeah. Uh... Maybe evolving there isn't correct, but I don't know just yet.
Mm.
Eric, are you going to TNLG this weekend? Rare candy.
I need cards, my guy. Oh,
So true. Wait, why didn't you just force seal stone for the Iono then?
because I got the guaranteed Gardevoir.
uh, Fair enough. It is big. And it does scare me a little bit. Little girl needs her points. Yeah, that's fair. I figured as much. I was just curious.
I also didn't need cards that bad. I had an Avery in hand,
Oh, I
but
see.
I just I wanted to see what I could dig off of a Shining Arcana before I burned it.
I mean, if I do that... Heard from a little birdie that you were not going. Is that little birdie my Twitter account? But yes, that would be correct. Something came up and I can't make it anymore. Oh my god, it... Where are my Valiants? No. Oh. Don't think you're gonna play. I mean, that's fair. I'm not gonna lie to you, that's why I didn't go to locals on Tuesday, because I was like, you know what, I just kind of don't have it in me today. Whew.
Needed one more, I couldn't get it.
Oh my good lord. Yeah, I actually like the format, just exhausted, and that's fair. You gotta take those breaks every now and again. I'm taking a break because I don't like the format. No! Oh, this is bad. Yo, the one drop off of the Shining Arcana, he's sick. Bro, you just need to play a fun deck? I have been playing a fun deck. What do you mean? Guardian Zard ain't it? I mean, I'd agree that they ain't it from a meta perspective, but Zard is fun. Guardy's fun too. They're both fun. I think what has me like most upset is that I've gone from a format where I played Zard for the entire time and was like doing really well with the deck, and then all of a sudden we get to a new format and then like it's just not working, like all of a sudden. You know what I mean? Like nothing crazy is like really changed, but still not. Like, I don't know. It's just not a lot of good things happening when I play Zard this format. It's weird because like I'm looking at regionals and stuff, and like, you know, there are people topping regionals with the deck, and it's like okay, well why is this not working for me? You know, it's just one of those things. I need good cards in hand. And I need them now. Bro, have a Zard Lost City 2 Baby Guardian, you'll say otherwise? Well, it hasn't happened yet. But yes, I would not be having a good day if that happened. I'm sure Josh can attest.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
Ah! You were not supposed to do that.
Why not? So unfortunate.
That's why I put those tachyon bits where I did.
Oh,
Top deck the energy.
I hate you.
Alright, well. That is a card. Oh, wait a minute. Whoop.
Oh, I'm dumb. Yeah, I deserve this.
I thought I had already used it. That's why I was just kind of like playing out the turn. Although, actually, now that I think about it, it doesn't matter because I got boss off of that barrel, so I've just been able to do that anyway.
Just too short both times. Unfortunate.
Yeah. But that's the thing, though, is like I said, is like other Valiant decks, like you don't even get to the point where you get to use Psychic Embrace. Like this has a scarier Guardy matchup because like you're just not as aggressively pinging them. Feels weird.
I feel you.
Let me build. I don't know. Let me build something. I want to build something. I don't know what I want to build. I have never announced Amp You Very Much. And I don't think I want to.
Why not?
I can feel it itching at me because I was like theory crafting like some weirdo Iron Hands decks earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I've not committed to pulling the trigger yet. I wish there were cooler control decks.
I also wish that.
Oh, wait a minute. Hang on, I remember seeing, yeah, here it is. Ditto Control won a tournament in Japan. Which I didn't think Ditto Control was still a thing, but apparently it is. Takes a lot to play Control, so I'm not going to do that right now, but at some point. You know what? I want to try this. I want to try this deck out. I'll just take this list, that's fine. We'll just do that.
Yeah, so let's knock out one more game, then we'll do our tier list and wrap it up.
Sounds good.
Let me see, is there anything else I want to play?
Oh, wait a minute. This isn't the one I want to play. This is not the build. Oh, I guess nobody's building it the way I would want to build it these days. Oh well. Let's do this one. Dang, the soundtrack kind of going hard. What the heck? Oh.
Alright, get a matchup whenever you're ready.
Dude, choosing artworks in this deck builder.
It's just so bad. I hate it.
Terrible.
Honestly, like, I wish if nothing else there was just a button that you could push that would just max rarity your deck. And then, I mean, I still think it'd be easier if you want to get into like specifics on like what rarity you want to have. Like, I think if you own the card, it should never just show it as like you don't own it. It should just like, surely it can't be hard to program that in, that it just like grabs whatever copies of the card you own.
Yeah. Oh boy. I just looked at the supporter count for this deck and I'm in love. Only search supporters in Iono. I must be dreaming.
Oh.
Is this secretly the deck for me? Here I am exchanging credits for Paradox Rift cards when I have a massive stack of code cards on my desk.
I feel that I had to make myself put in all those code cards that I got from those 2 booster boxes I opened up the other week.
Oh yeah.
They were just sitting there and I was like, bro, I need credits. Like, I can't just not use them.
Yeah.
Took me like an hour.
I might do that after stream.
I like lazily did that with the camera too, dude. I was like, I put my camera like down on my desk in front of my mouse pad, and I would just pick up the card. Like I found the perfect distance where it could scan, so I would just put the cards there in a stack.
Yeah.
I would use one, like it would scan perfectly. I would drop it. That's like my line. It's like, all right, I just put the next one right where this card's edge is, and I can just scan it immediately. I would just do that, drop, do that, drop, do that, drop. I did that for like an hour.
Yeah, that's usually what I do. And to PTCG Live's credit, like the QR reader works way better in this game than it did in PTCGO.
I like that. I wish you could just do more than 10 packs. Having to stop every 10 packs to open is so annoying.
It's extremely annoying.
If I could just put in, like, even if it was 100. I think that's pretty reasonable. If I could do 100 code cards at a time. Like, come on, man. Like, they gotta know. People buying booster boxes and stuff like that regularly. People gonna have a lot of code cards they trying to put in.
Yeah. Bro, Pika tier 220, my guy needs to get on the grind. Brother, you act like I enjoy Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. Actually, I say that, I play PTCGL quite a lot, actually. But the problem is, I'm usually playing it at work between tickets. So, and because, like, I'm at work, I don't want to, like, have to quit out of a ranked game, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I like play on the casual ladder, which gives me like a skewed perception of like how good my deck is. Because I'll be playing on casual ladder, I'm just like, all right, whatever. I'm like, dang, I'm like saucing people up all day, like on win streaks and everything. And then, you know, I go to a tournament with like actual people, and I'm like, oh, pain.
Pain and sorrow.
Oh, we got the moon.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Gotta be honest, I wouldn't even know how to begin to approach this matchup. What? Hey! Hey! What is this? What is this? Bruh, blood is cooking! Hey! I'm so mad. Are you kidding me, bro?
What do you mean?
I'm so mad.
I didn't do nothing, bro.
Blood is cooking. Grabber and Moon. That's actually so sick. Oh my god, the catchers.
Oh. I tried.
I knew this day would come. I knew that Moons would start trying to use catchers at some point. I knew it. It's so painful. But like also kind of good, so I get it. Not something I wanted to top deck. Unfortunate, but
yeah, give credit. Whoever made this deck, I apologize. I don't remember their name. I found them in the other tab for online tournament. So I was just kind of like, sometimes you just gotta like deep dive and explore. And
Okay.
I saw this list and I was like, hold on, this looks kind of crazy. I was like, I gotta see what's going on here for a second.
Yeah, I think I saw that list earlier today. I was like looking around for things to play.
Yeah.
Ooh. Nah, it's fine. This is a set up deck. Dear God. The peony. This just gets crazier and crazier, dude. Stop.
Why?
Please.
Bro.
That's right, that was display 4 UEX. Bro, it's just like, drop the hand, draw 3, drop the hand, draw 3. The peony with a 0 card hand, he's cracked! Bro, he's actually insane.
Wanted that Bidoof, dude. The cards aren't working with me.
Yeah, I know, and I was just like, no please, no please, no please.
3 Pokemon catchers and I didn't get a single heads.
Interesting.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What do you think you're doing?
I I just didn't know we were like that. Thought we were respectable human beings here.
Oh my. Bro, come on. What is this?
I thought it'd be like that.
I'm so mad. Oh, this is so stupid. Um...
Ooh.
Draw more cards. Draw more cards. Should have hit the other Mew. Alright, fair enough. These decks hot. Very hot. I mean, I like the idea of this, like, quad Mew EX Roaring Moon deck.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
I mean, most decks with Peony are pretty fun, I'm not gonna lie. I like the idea of this Radiant, or, this Serena EX deck, but I have a feeling that this deck just gets absolutely farmed by Iron Hands. Which is not where you want to be right now. How dare. My barrel. Moon is so good if you always have exactly what you need, correct. Oh my god, look at him go.
unfortunate.
Do I truly need this turn? I'll take. Oof. Unfortunate. Not the Icicle Soul, please! Oh. The trop kick there actually would have been kind of nuts. That would have healed you outside of range. Out of the 30.
I don't know why it said the drop kick was gonna do 0 damage.
Oh, because of the panic mask.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's interesting actually. Hang on, let me read panic mask. Because I think prevent.
Yeah.
Oh, prevent all damage. Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you wouldn't have hit me, but you would have still healed 30. Interesting. Okay, no, I was getting it mixed up with the Vanillix, because the Vanillix just straight up says you can't attack. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can draw it to confirm, because I'm just really curious now. Well, that's a hand that I can't draw more cards. Wait. There he is. Frigid Room. Your opponent's Pokemon that have 40 HP or less remaining can't attack. Okay, yeah. So the Vanillix has a stronger effect than the Panic Mask, which is why I like running it. So yeah, in that situation, if I had the Vanillix out, you just wouldn't be able to announce genome hacking in general.
Yeah.
This is such a cool deck, man. It's a shame that it like just gets eaten alive by like Iron Hands and Valiant.
I know.
All right, so are we playing more, or are we jumping into the tier list?
Let's jump into the tier list.
All right, chat. We're gonna take a quick break while I get everything set up. We're gonna do a quick Paradox Rift tier list for Stuttgart regionals, because why not? And yeah, we'll have a good discussion. So let me get that set up, and we'll be right back. are, chat. That's correct. Actually, I think Jake is still watching, but he says he can't be in chat for whatever reason. I'll wait for Josh to get back, and then we'll get started on the tier list. Jake is for sure lurking. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. Josh hitting the ball. Still don't think he's right. But, well, I mean, well, who do you think I've been talking to on here, man? You're right, he's actually an AI. Let me get your mic back on here real quick. Oh, there we go. A sandwich.
A sandwich.
Oh my god. Do you have the, can you see my screen on your Discord?
Yep.
Alright, perfect. Let me get this set up to where stream can see it. We're gonna go black here for a second. Oh, and hang on, we might even lose some audio. That's crazy. Oh boy. Alright, Josh, you there?
Yep.
Okay, alright, good. I don't know why I had... Anyway. I'll do window capture. Oops, not that. Very cool. Thank you, Twitch. Or OBS or whatever. Wonder, is there a way I can make this fit better? All right, there we go. All right, so probably going to use this as an opportunity to make this a separate YouTube video. So I'm going to do a quick intro real quick, and then we are going to get right into it. All right.
Let's go.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to the Damage Counter YouTube channel. Got another tier list video for you here today. I got Josh on the mic with me. We're live here on YouTube, so if you all want to catch some Pokemon TCG related live streams, definitely hit the subscribe button, get those notifications going. You know, if you want to chill out with us playing Pokemon TCG live and, you know, other such Pokemon adjacent things. Like this tier list discussion that we're having today, we're going to be talking it out together here, and we're also going to be discussing with chat as well. So if you want to be involved next time, definitely hit us up. Check us out. But yeah, we got a Paradox Rift tier list. So I got all the decks laid out here on trainerhill.com. This is just a couple days before Stuttgart Regionals, so that's kind of the context that we have going into this. So I think, yeah, without further ado, we're just going to go ahead and kick things off. I'll start with Charizard. Charizard's a deck that I've been playing quite a lot of. Probably the deck I have the most amount of time put into. Played it all for the 151 format, and have been playing it a ton for the Paradox Rift format. And it's done really good in regionals, right? It's gotten a top 16 finish at LAIC, several top 8 placements at Brisbane and at Gdansk, the previous regionals before now. And I think it kind of makes sense. Like, it's got a good matchup spread. Does really good into Mew, does really good into Miraidon. Miraidon being one of the best decks in the format, I think. It's got a much better Lost Zone matchup than it did before, thanks to Jirachi. It even does okay into things like Roaring Moon. Is a little weird. I think like with the format, it's kind of like sped up a little bit, and playing like a double stage 2 deck is a little weird. Sometimes it's like very much, it almost feels like a high roll type thing, but just with the insane damage output and with like the surge potential off of like Pidgeot and stuff, I'm thinking I want to go A tier on it. What do you think, Josh? Oh, Josh, I can't hear you.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, no, I agree, 100% A tier. It's a very solid deck. It performs very well. I mean, it definitely has its strengths and weaknesses, but like you said, I mean, just looking at its tournament performance, it's been doing pretty well, and I really don't see that changing, at least for the moment.
Yeah, like I said, just because like, and we'll get to it when we get there, but like Miraidon has just been so good, and Charizard has a pretty good time into Miraidon.
Yeah, definitely. And even besides that, the rest of its matchup spreads aren't too awful. And I'm going to be honest, the Charizard and Gardevoir, I think, are about the only stage 2 decks that you can really get away with playing right now.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Gardevoir, do you want to kind of give a breakdown on Gardevoir? We'll just go to that one next since we're talking about it.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and go into that one. Personally, I think I would put Gardevoir at S still. It definitely has a harder time these days than it used to, and it has some worse matchups in the market, but I still think Gardevoir's an S tier deck.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to argue that, to be honest. I mean, just the potential of the deck is insane. Despite the format being faster, like Gardevoir being mostly one prize, like you can't really ever go after the EX a lot of times. So being mostly one prize allows it to actually make use of the comeback cards like Counter Catcher, Iono, and even Reversal Energy much more effectively than I think any other deck in the format. And you could just pull off some crazy plays with it. It's like you said, I do think it does have a harder time this format than it has previous formats.
It's just very hard to keep down because, like the Gardevoir player, they're gonna thin their deck. They're gonna get their energy in the discard, and unless you've just somehow completely ravaged their like Ralts or Curlia, they're gonna get online. You know what I mean? And
For
it's just
sure,
kind of
yeah.
like it's yeah, they're just able to, even against these matchups they don't like, they still have a fair amount. They still have a good enough chance of being able to get online and start going off. And once Gardevoir starts going off, it can be kind of hard to control it.
For sure. I think there is an argument to be made that you could probably like go A tier instead. If the metagame you're going into, you're expecting a lot of like Valiant or even just Miraidon, there's an argument to drop it to A tier, but like even in a hostile metagame for Gardevoir, like I don't think that like you can drop it lower than that. Because yeah, it's like the only really things that it doesn't like to see are Iron Hands, Iron Valiant, and on occasion Inteleon or Shifu, but it's not a very popular deck.
Yeah, even if it's not S tier, definitely it's a like high A tier deck. It's very, I don't know. I mean, it just, even with these matchups, it doesn't like with Iron Valiant and whatnot running around. It still has a good enough chance to be able to come back and win that you just like. I think there's going to be a fair amount of people playing it for sure.
Yeah, why don't we put it in like A tier for now, and then like we'll readjust after we get a little further in the tier list. Kind of cement our S tier after the fact.
Hmm.
We got Miraidon Flaffy, a deck that we've mentioned several times, so we might as well get it out of the way. Miraidon got a huge buff in this set. Iron Hands being an absolute menace to one prize and evolving decks. 1 lightning, 3 colorless, amp you very much, 120 damage, take an extra prize card if you get a KO with the attack. It's honestly what Miraidon needed, like, to deal with these evolution decks. Like, that was the thing, is like, if you played one prizers or evolving decks, chances are Miraidon had a bad time into you. I mean, we see that in previous formats. Guardy was a bad matchup, Charizard was and still is a bad matchup, Lost Zone was a bad matchup. But Iron Hands has really turned that around. We're at a point where Miraidon actually has a pretty favorable matchup into most, if not every, Lost Zone variant, and has turned its Guardy matchup from unfavorable to favorable, which is kind of insane to think about. Charizard still kind of gives it trouble, because Charizard's just so beefy, so hard to take down, and, you know, if they get multiple Charmanders out, sure, you can go amp you very much, but then you get return KO'd by Burning Darkness, so that matchup's a little weird for Miraidon. Once again, I think this is another A tier deck. Like, it's pretty solid. It's a little weird on the consistency side of things, because it doesn't really have an engine. Like, you're just chaining supporters and get it going super hot. Of course, you got things like Forest Sealstone as well. But I mean, overall, I mean, that hasn't really hindered it before the set came out. It certainly hasn't hindered it, you know, after the fact. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, definitely, I agree. A tier.
So talk to me about Roaring Moon.
Roaring Moon. I think that would be our first tint of S, besides Gardevoir, from what we've seen so far.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm going to base this a little more off of online stuff. Roaring Moon's been doing pretty well online lately. And I think it's... I know we haven't seen it perform well in the last couple regionals, but I think there's going to be a lot of people playing Roaring Moon, and I think Roaring Moon's very strong. So, at the very least, it's definitely an A tier deck, but I think we're going to end up seeing it being one of our S tiers.
I think that makes a lot of sense, actually, at least for Stuttgart regionals. Like I said, we'll just slap things in A tier for now and, you know, kind of come back to our S tier. But that does kind of make sense, right? Because we saw this at Gdansk and at Brisbane, that Miraidon was just, like, super popular. Miraidon kind of bullied away all the Gardevoir decks. Gardevoir didn't have great conversion at Gdansk. Ended up winning Brisbane, but, you know, Guardy was, I think, if I remember correctly, the second most played deck at Gdansk, and then, like, not very many of them made it to day 2 because they were getting bullied by all the Miraidon players, which in turn is why Charizard had such a good top 8 that weekend, is because they were bullying all the Miraidon players. And so when you look at that, like, it's probably... Like, if I were a Gardevoir player going to Stuttgart, I'd probably, like, want to chill out, you know? Like, hey, maybe this isn't the weekend for Guardy, you know, maybe the evolution hate is out and about right now. And when that's the case, that's, like, mostly big basics or, you know, decks wanting to play big basics and stuff like that. And that is the kind of metagame where Roaring Moon thrives, right? Where it just gets into the game, it attacks super fast, it's taking 2 prizes every turn. And if everybody's playing big basics like that, you know... It's pretty easy to just go 2-2-2 and chain it all together. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, definitely, I agree. That's, I mean, I think the S tier for right now is going to be very, like, pivoty, if that makes sense. I think, just the kind of format we're in, it really is just, well, if you're playing Gardevoir, then, you know, we're going to counter that, and if you're countering that, then, you know, the cycle.
Yeah, I mean, it's an ever-changing metagame. It's not like that was the thing about 151, is that, like, you could say that, like, yeah, Gardevoir is probably just the best deck in format, and that wasn't going to change, because meta shares didn't change, right? Gardevoir had the same popularity event after event, same for Charizard, same for Chien-Pao, same for Miraidon. They just kind of... The meta shares stayed the same, but... The Paradox Rift format, I think, is a little bit more volatile as far as meta shares go, where it's like, okay, well, this event, big basics are good, so Roaring Moon is going to crush it. This event, all the one-prizers are coming out to stop Roaring Moon, so things like Miraidon and Iron Valiant are, like, you know, that's the play. You know what I mean? It's like a triangle that's just going to keep revolving around, and it's like trying to find where we are in that triangle. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think like decks like Miraidon, Gardevoir, Charizard, Roaring Moon. I think like basically the decks we have right here, I think are like your
You could
quote
easily,
unquote S tiers.
yeah, anything in this line, I think you could easily say is an S tier,
Yeah,
uh,
but they but
depending
it, like
on, yeah,
it's like a revolving door.
yeah. No, I agree, definitely.
We'll keep things moving here. We got Giratina Lost Zone box. The,
So
the deck that's
personally, I want to say B tier. I'm gonna be honest.
B tier for Giratina. Not believing in it anymore. Well, I mean, I don't know. B tier is still good, but
So my actual opinion would be like lower A tier, but I think like high B tier makes sense to me. Just because right now, I don't know. I don't think like as good. I still think Giratina is definitely good. I definitely still think it has its place, but I think now more so than ever, having access to like an instant KO and the damage that Giratina offers just doesn't really matter that much. I almost want to say you're better off just taking the Lost Zone box and building off of that if you're trying to build something a little more creative for the format. Like, the Giratina is definitely still good, like 100%, but I just think that this isn't the kind of format for him to shine, personally.
yeah, I think for me it's more so a consistency thing that's like holding it back. Because like Giratina has just like such insane potential, right? Like you got Sableye to deal with, well, Sableye and Cramorant to deal with one prizers. Giratina just shreds two prizers and three prizers just to pieces. Um, and there was even that list, that Giratina list that won the Malaysia Regional Championship just recently, that had like a one of Roaring Moon in it, just to have that extra Star Requiem effect, which is pretty funny. And of course, you have like the crazy path hand disruption counter catcher plays, which can go insanely hard. But
Yeah.
again, that's a lot of pieces in one deck, and like the consistency factor is just not there. As much of a Giratina believer as I am, as you are, it's not drawing to quite get it there. You know what I mean?
No, I agree. And like I said, I could easily still place this in A tier as like a lower A tier deck, but it seems
It's
like
kind
we're
of on
being a
that
little
fringe right
conservative.
now,
Yeah, we're being a little conservative with our ratings right now. So
a bit.
I
Yeah.
I think high B tier fits it a little better. Very easily still a good deck, like you were saying. I think if you're like a Giratina Lost Zone box god, like you can still just go out and perform well with this deck if this is what you want to play.
Yeah,
But
I will say everything we have on the tier list are decks that I could legitimately see like actually doing really well at an event. So I mean, even if we put a deck in D tier, like for this tier list, you know, if that's the deck you play, that's the deck you play, right? Like your experience is gonna trump everything. So just keep that in mind.
yeah, and I mean, kind of continuing on, just go into Lost Zone box. This one's a little harder for me just with the versatility that you can kind of get off a Lost Zone box, but I think I would have to put it in B tier also right now. I think
Yeah,
Lost Zone box has finally hit its rough patch. It's still pretty good, and I think that Lost Zone box players are going to start getting uh, decently creative here. I think we're going to see some interesting stuff, honestly.
yeah, I
E-
I
e- We're
100% agree. I think.
we're either going to see some interesting stuff, or we're just going to see Lost Zone kind of drop for a bit completely, I think.
Well, we've kind of seen a little bit of both already, right? Like Lost Box did okay at LAIC, right? It got one in top eight, and then Tord came out with that absolutely cracked out list from Gdansk, which was insane. But I do agree with B tier. I think Lost Zone took a pretty heavy hit with things like Iron Hands, Iron Valiant coming into the format, also Jirachi keeping Sableye from being like an insanely broken card. Definitely took a lot of hits this format, I think, and
Definitely.
it's kind of hard to justify playing it right now. Um,
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I guess kind of getting our list out of order here a little bit. Just going to the second one here with the Lost Box Charizard. I think if you were gonna play Lost Zone right now, Lost Box Charizard is your best bet. That's the one I would most confidently put towards the A tier if we were gonna put a Lost Zone in A tier.
yeah, I think I agree with that. Just like in a vacuum. But like we're starting to see a little bit more Lost City and things like
Yeah,
Charizard these days. So like that alone makes me want to like drop it to B tier, because if you ever see Lost City seeing play, like Sablezard is just like so
like
rough to play when Lost City's a factor.
No, I agree. Personally, I think I would put it in B tier also. But I think if you were gonna, the most argument you could make for an A tier would be Lost Box Zard right now.
Yeah, 100%. I absolutely agree with that. Eric in the chat says, I don't know about Moon in that tier. Moon is kind of like weird, right?
So
It's like,
Moon's a little bit of a. I put it there as a little bit of a prediction pick. I think Moon's gonna be pretty popular.
yeah, I think the context that we're going that this is kind of based on our perception for Stuttgart regionals is important because I think in a vacuum, like personally in a vacuum, if we were just kind of looking at things that way, me personally, I'd have Roaring Moon in C tier. I'm not a Moon believer to be honest with you, but I do think that we're coming up on like big basics or things like Urshifu or Mew or whatever. I think
Yeah, I think like Urshifu, Mew, and like Iron Valiant's gonna be pretty popular.
yeah,
So I think Roaring Moon's gonna be a pretty good counter pick.
yeah, I also think that those decks are going to be pretty good coming up to Stuttgart. Of course, we'll have to wait and see to see if we're right on that. But you know, with that context, that's kind of why we're like a little higher up on it. But yeah, if I would, and I don't know about Josh, I won't speak for you, but in a vacuum, you know, if we were just kind of looking at everything as a whole, I personally would put Roaring Moon in C tier just because I'm not a Moon believer. But for
No,
Stuttgart, I
I
think
could
it's
agree with that. I think if it's not the meta for Roaring Moon has a very rough time. It's just
the deck feels
I don't know. I mean,
so bad sometimes.
yeah, it's a good deck in the right context, but if you're not fighting up against a matchup that you like, it can be very rough. It can. So I would agree. I think C tier is kind of where it's gonna like sit if it's not the counter pick option. I just kind of feel like it's gonna be the counter pick option.
Yeah. We'll keep things moving. Another big basic deck. It's kind of shoved some things out of the format here and there. Entei Iron Valiant kind of shocked the world with a second place finish at LAIC. I certainly wasn't expecting it. I think most people weren't.
Definitely. I think this is the best variant of Iron Valiant to play
Oh, for
right
sure,
now.
for sure.
Yeah. So
It's an evolution killer, right? Like Guardy hates it,
yeah,
Charizard hates it, Lost Zone hates it. Well, Lost Zone's not evolution; it's one prize. You get what I'm saying? Like the little tiny baby Pokemon hate seeing this deck. You get Yoga Loop turn one every time. You know, donks can happen. And we were just talking about, Iron Hands, Miraidon, super popular as of late, and likely people going to try to, find ways to counter Miraidon, which becomes your like big basic type decks, right? And those are the kind of formats where, or rather, the kinds of metagames where I think Entei Iron Valiant kind of struggles, right? When everything's like, 220 HP basics, it's
yeah.
your Tachyon bits are just kind of like, eh, you know. So personally, I think, and again, this is another tough one because I think if the meta's good for it, then it's like, actually, you know what, I'm gonna go out and say this. I don't think any Iron Valiant deck can realistically go above B because of the consistency. It's like
I agree.
if the meta's right for it, the deck
Yeah.
crushes. But like if it's got those little things. You've got big basics that you have a hard time dealing with. I know Entei does some good dumbers, but you still have a hard time dealing with them sometimes. And then it's another one of those things you get hit with an I don't know in like the mid game, and you're just like top deck city if you miss the supporter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, definitely I agree.
I think.
And I'm gonna I will also say about Roaring Moon, just because I see Eric had a follow up comment here. Uh, Also, I am basically a little bit. You gotta pay attention to other sources like online tournaments. Roaring Moon is stomping in online tournaments right now. It's placing very, very well.
Yeah, that was the thing. Is like, it's not doing very good at regionals, but like it's still like crushing online tournaments.
Yeah, so that's a part of factor in my opinion too. I just think that people are getting in the mindset of Roaring Moon coming up. Anyway, that's the last I'll say on that. But that's the last of my opinion on why it's where it is.
Well, what do you think about Shin Pao Baxcalibur?
Oh, honestly, I would say C tier. You could make an easy argument for me to put it in B tier, but I don't think you could go above B.
No, I 100% agree. Which it kind of makes me happy to say as a certified Chin Pao hater. um, yeah, I don't know. This deck just isn't it. Like, it's so much to set up. And I mean, it's insane when you do set it up, right? Like, you got Iron Hands to take 2 prizes on your 1 prizers, and you have Chin Pao to take 2 prizes on everything else. I mean, like, it's an insane combination when you really think about it. But getting it there is kind of the problem, right? Including the Iron Hands and the Lightning Energy. Turned out to be a little too much for the deck to do consistently. And of course, you know, the increased pace of games these days. Like, games are much faster these days than they were in, like, the previous format. So, like, whiffing a turn just, like, feels insanely bad.
Yeah.
I honestly almost want to go as far as D tier, but if we are expecting big basics to be good and decks that, like, can chew through 2 prizers like nothing, I think we have to be at least a little fair. Chin Pao can do that really well.
I think C tier is a good spot for it because I mean, if the environment's right, Chi and Pound can come out and perform pretty well. But I think it's in. I don't know if I would. Yeah, I would say it's in a rough spot, kinda. It's just there's a lot of stuff running around that Chi and Pound can't deal with very well, and it's just I don't think there's gonna be an answer to that.
Yeah, for sure. And again, it's just like one of those things. Like, it sets up, it's insane. It's killing everything. But, like, most of the time it doesn't set up these days. And it's just kind of is what it is. Now we got Snorlax Stall, winner of Gdansk Regionals. Had a pretty good weekend that weekend. Won Gdansk. Had, like, 2 or 3 placements in top 8 at Brisbane. Just a really good weekend for the deck. I think those players made the right call, thinking that people would not be prepared for it, not respect it, even after a top 8 finish at LAIC. And a good call from those players. But as good a deck as I think Snorlax Stall is, in the context of Stuttgart Regionals,
B tier at best, in my opinion. Like,
I almost for this event
I want to
specifically,
do C or D. Yeah, I didn't know if I wanted to go that extreme immediately. I think, yeah, no, I agree 100%. In our context of this regional, I just think going the Snorlax stall option is a bad idea. Everyone's going to be on the lookout for it. It just won a regional. How many times do we have to see a control deck win a regional and then just everyone counterpicks it?
Yeah, I was
yeah.
gonna say, I know from experience that if you try to play control at the very next regional after it won, it will never go well. Everybody in the room is teching for you. Everybody in the room is teching for you. There, you'll have a few players that, like, kind of get a read on the meta and they go like, okay, well, control won, everybody's gonna tech for them, so I'm not gonna tech for them. That way I have extra consistency. Right, you're gonna have a few people like that in the room, but not very many. And again, I can speak from experience. I played Mewtwo Control to Arlington Regionals right after it won Toronto Regionals, and every single player I played against had techs for me, and it was not very good.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to think about it in the context of the only way to beat control decks really reliably is to tech for them. Otherwise, they're gonna get you in their loop and start doing what they want to do. And like you can get out of it, but it's very hard to do. So if there's a viable control deck around, and if it just performed well, it's a very safe opinion to just stay away from that deck.
Yeah, plus like all the all the online unrest for this deck has got a lot of people like practicing against it, trying to figure out how to beat it in different ways and stuff like that. Yeah. So a lot of the counterplay has been developed. Now that doesn't mean that like that makes it an auto win, but like the point being is that it just won a regional. Everybody's teching for it, so don't play it now. But after Stuttgart, yeah, at the very least B tier, but like A and even S is arguable in the vacuum.
Also, I do want to say, even though we put it in D tier, you need to know how to deal with that deck, because if you're one of the people that decides you're not going to tech a deck against it, you at least need to know your best options, because if you go up against someone that is playing it, it still is a very scary deck.
100%, yeah. Or if you're the kind of person that's going like super risky and not teching for it at all and have 0 outs, you know, just save yourself the time, scoop, and reset your brain for the next round. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
Yeah,
saying
no, I
it's a
agree.
viable thing. Just kind of take that. Well, all right, I lost this round, but I'm gonna have the whole 50 minutes to just like chill out.
Yeah, no, I agree.
All right, so we have Inteleon Urshifu. I've tested a little bit of this deck recently. I love this deck. This is kind of my go-to for the Paldea Evolved metagame. Really fun deck, and pretty good. You know, it does the same thing it always does. It bullies all the Lost Zone decks. It bullies all the Gardevoir decks. It can bully Charizard. It can bully Miraidon. It's got a pretty good matchup spread, but it does not particularly handle Roaring Moon particularly well, and its consistency still leaves quite a bit to be desired.
I
Sometimes
was
you'll have
gonna say,
turns.
yeah, I was gonna say it's a C tier for me.
C tier, yeah, I think for this event, I think that makes sense. Again, like Roaring Moon is such a horrible matchup for Inteleon or Shifu. Well, I think we can make an argument for B tier, right? Because like we still have like Miraidon, Guardy, Charizard, like these 3 decks, like Miraidon, Guardy, Charizard, like these decks, like as far as meta share goes, it could be a good meta for them or not. These 3 decks, I don't think are going anywhere.
Yeah,
Just because those are the most popular decks right now, and Inteleon Urshifu has a pretty good matchup into all of those, except for Roaring Moon. So I
I
think there's an
I
argument to be made for B tier.
I can see that, and I do agree. But also, I just like I don't know. Inteleon Urshifu hasn't been very popular for a long time, and I really kind of just don't see it stepping up into that spotlight. I just don't think people are going to be looking at it really. A couple people, sure, but I just don't think it's going to be a very big part of the matchup spread.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like it's never been a popular deck, but you know, every now and again you'll see, you know, a good player, a talented player pick it up and be like, hey, this deck is insane for this weekend, I'm gonna play it, and you know, they spike a whole tournament with it. It's kind of one of those decks that like you kind of have to watch out in the shadows, you know. It's just like, hey, not very many people are playing this, but if they are playing this, you know, maybe they got a shot, you know.
Yeah,
But we can leave it in the high C tier for now, and we'll kind of readjust as we get everything else on the board. We have Golden Go. Now, I've played a little bit of Golden Go. Pretty good deck, a little similar to Chin Pao in the way that it, you know, you just get a bunch of energy in hand, not on board. You get a bunch of energy in hand, take a bunch of one-hit KOs. Can be pretty good into certain decks. Things like Charizard, for example, is a pretty good Charizard matchup. Not a terrible Inteleon or Shifu matchup. Kind of depends on how quickly they can get the devolutions going and stuff like that. You know, it's another thing like Miraidon, like Roaring Moon, just go fast, go 2/2/2, take as many prize cards as you can. But being a stage 1 and having some extremely frail basics makes it really weak to Iron Hands. And also kind of into Roaring Moon. It kind of depends on who gets 2 prizes first. Also doesn't have a good Guardy matchup at all. Like, it's pretty bad. And then you get hit with things like Path to the Peak and Hand Disruption. Also not too great. I think it's a better deck than what people give it credit for, but like, I've got a hard time going above C tier on this one. I think your mic is out.
oh yeah, no, I agree. I think you could rate it a high C tier deck. I don't think I really don't think you can argue above that. It's pretty good, like you said, but it's just I don't think compared to what it's up against in the format right now, it can really I don't know. You'd have to be a really good Golden Go player, I think, to make that kind of run. You could, I guess, but I just really don't see it.
Yeah, and I think the specific meta for it is just like super niche, right? Like your Guardy matchup is bad, so if Guardy is ever super popular, then like it's not a good time to play Golden Go. Which, I mean, to be fair, right? I think Guardy numbers are probably down a little bit, because again, just all the Guardy hate after Gdansk and Brisbane. But then at the same time, it's just like, okay, well, Roaring Moon can be a little scuffed sometimes. Your Lost Box matchup can be a little scuffed sometimes. Entei Valiant, they hit you for weakness, which kind of sucks. and they have devolution, and they bully. Yeah, I mean, anyway. So we got Mew VMAX, this deck that just will not go away. Mew's kind of in an interesting spot, I think. Mew is a pretty good call, I think, for Brisbane and for Gdansk. We did see a few Mew players breach into top 8 at Gdansk. Ultimately didn't make it there just because it was filled with Charizards. Trying to think, how do we feel about Mew VMAX?
I personally, I would think I would say B tier, just because Mew, it truly is that deck that just kind of, I don't know, like we always say, Mew never dies. You know what I mean? And I don't think it's in too bad of a spot right now. Like you said, it's in an interesting position. I think it definitely is very much at that moment of, if people are looking at Mew in particular, it's not going to perform well at all. But I kind of don't think a lot of people are going to be particularly caring about Mew right now. So I think if you're a Mew player, you have a solid chance. So I would say B tier, at the very least high C.
Yeah, I think B is good for both. I think there's definitely an argument to be made for A tier for these, just because Mew is just Mew.
Yeah, no, I agree. It comes down to it, in my opinion, is like how many people are going to be looking out for Mew or be able to deal with Mew well enough while dealing with Carnivore or something else. You know what I mean?
Which is honestly a good question, right? Because when you look at the top 8s from Gdansk and Brisbane, I mean, Charizard everywhere. And, like, you know, that's a matchup that you can cheese with, like, Judge Path sometimes. But, like, most of the time, you're not making it out of that matchup alive. Most of the time. So I think a lot of eyes are probably going to be on not only trying to counter Miraidon, but, like, also trying to make sure Charizard is in check. Just because of how well it did this past weekend. So it could be a good time to play Mew again. January, honestly, it's kind of hard to find a bad time to play Mew. But again, you know, between Charizard's still going to be popular. It's a popular deck. Like I said, these 3 that we have right here are like just not going to go anywhere as far as meta percentages go, I think.
Yeah.
But now you kind of also have to think about Roaring Moon, which I think that matchup surprisingly goes either way, because like you hit Judge Path with DTE Mew against a Roaring Moon, that kind of sucks. Or if you get a knockout on a Roaring Moon with Meloetta, that also kind of sucks. Like they kind of have to play around that kind of stuff, which can be a little tough sometimes, but not always. So I don't know. It's a little weird.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. I think B tier is a good spot for it.
Now, Cloth Electrode. This is a wild one.
It's I'm gonna be honest, C tier. It's a cool deck. It's interesting, but like, I'm gonna be honest. If you're playing this, I wouldn't expect to win, in my opinion.
It's a lot better than I think people were expecting it to be. Like I thought, like obviously, like it came out for the first time, and I think people definitely thought it was a meme. But like, it got a day 2 finish at LAIC. More finishes at Brisbane and at Gdansk. So it's a real contender, but
I was gonna say it definitely performs well enough that you can compete with it, and like if that's what you want to play, I say more power to you. I think anything in a C tier, if like you were a good enough player, you could win with. But like, I don't know. I mean, Cloth Electrode isn't bad, but I mean, I just don't think it's really worth. You know what I mean? I think there's just a lot. You have a lot of better options if you were gonna go that route, even with your other C tier options.
Yeah, it's another one of those things where it's like you need the right metagame for it, because having fighting type and grass type, you hit Miraidon for weakness, you hit Charizard, you hit Roaring Moon for weakness, and that's all well and good, but like every other matchup is just terrible at the end of the day, because you're only hitting for like 200 at a time, and it's just like that's just not cutting it for a lot of the other decks. So it's like if you can find a metagame where it's like specifically like only Miraidon and only Charizard seeing success, which honestly was probably the last few regionals, that would probably be a time to play the deck. But also at the same time, you got to remember, while Charizard and Miraidon were successful at Brisbane, at Gdansk, Gardevoir was also one of, if not the most popular deck in the room, and that's a bad matchup for you, right? So it's just another one of those things. Just like, again, if the room was nothing but Miraidon and Charizard players, you would cook, but that's unfortunately just not the case.
Yeah, definitely.
Now here's one we haven't seen in a while, Lugia Archeops. There's a little bit of hype on this deck coming into the format. You know, it got Earthen Vessel. People are playing basic energies in it now so that they can attack with Luminion V, Iron Hands, EX, and Radiant Charizard a little bit sooner. All an interesting concept, but it hasn't really seemed to pan out. There's been a few day 2 finishes between all the major tournaments, but nothing really stellar. I think top 128 at best.
Yeah, it's a C tier.
Ones, but
yeah, it's a C tier for me.
Yeah, I'm not particularly a fan myself.
I just think Lugia Archeops is at a particularly rough spot right now. I mean, the deck's always a pile. That's something it's always struggled with, but usually it has things that offsets that, really good matchups. Well, while it doesn't have awful matchups right now, it's just it doesn't really have anything I think that like it shines particularly in at the moment. It just kind of has a rough time all around for the most part, you know. Doesn't have the like great damage. It's just you kind of get eaten up by a lot of decks in the format right now. If you like your turn 1, turn 2 don't go really well, you're in a super rough spot for the rest of the game. It's just that I don't know. I don't think Lugia Archeops has it right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough call. Its consistency is kind of but it also just like its matchups just aren't what it used to be, right? Like it's not really ever had a great Miraidon matchup, and Miraidon is just a better deck these days. With or without Judge Path, like it just kind of sucks to go get paired against Miraidon, so that sucks. Your Guardy matchup has never quite been great. Sure, you have Iron Hands, but like that's if you get it set up in the first place, which is kind of hit or miss. Your Charizard matchup has never been good, and that does not change. And your Roaring Moon matchup also not that great. And it just keeps going down the list, right? Like your Lost Zone matchups are really good, and probably your Valiant matchups, but like everything else like cooks you, bro.
Yeah, and it's just I really don't even see Lost Zone being that popular right now. It's just like that deck's not even in a great spot. It's not super happy right now, so
yeah, that's the thing. I think for Lugia to shine, we need to be in a Lost Zone format, or like a format where Lost Zone can succeed at a higher rate than it is right now. And until that happens, I think Lugia is just kind of not a good deck this format.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Well, we have other Iron Valiant variants, so think things like Iron Valiant Xatu that attacks with the Laser Blade attack and with the Iron Jugulus. Things like Iron Valiant, Jolteon VMAX, other such, whatever other Iron Valiant things that aren't Urshifu and Entei. It's an interesting, just Iron Valiant's just like such an interesting card all around, but I think I gotta be honest, I'm feeling like C, maybe even D tier for this one. I'm not sure.
I was gonna say C tier. I'd say C tier because like I don't know. I really don't think. I'm gonna be honest. If you're worried about Iron Valiant going in, you really just need to be worried about Entei Iron Valiant. Yeah. Most likely. Like I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, I would give it C tier. It's still Iron Valiant. It still is pretty strong, but it just struggles a lot. Entei really is kind of that surprisingly perfect partner. I know we talked about this a little bit the other day. Entei really is kind of like surprisingly just the perfect partner for Iron Valiant. And even then, like we still have it at B tier because I mean the deck's definitely strong, but it's I don't know. You could be a master at playing Iron Valiant and still just get yourself into situations where it's like, there's nothing I can do.
Yeah, like the cards got to fall in the right order. The consistency can be a little weird sometimes. And, Iron Valiant, especially even the Entei version, as good as that one is like, it still needs the right metagame to be, like, super successful. And I don't think we've circled back around to, like, the evolution decks dominating, I don't think, just yet. But, but as for, like, the other Iron Valiant Again, like, you know, the Jolteon and the Xatu and stuff like that. I think the problem with those is that, I mean, you're right. I think Entei Iron Valiant, like, definitely strikes that middle ground of being able to punish evolution decks while still having a chance against other, like, quote-unquote big basic decks. It kind of strikes that heavy middle ground. Whereas, you know, if you have, like, Iron Valiant Xatu, that deck's pretty good. Like, it can deal with the big basics because it actually gets to attack with Iron Valiant. But the problem is that because you need the space for the Zatus, you're not as aggressively getting after the evolution decks, so it feels kind of half-baked. Same for Iron Valiant Jolteon. That deck gets after the evolution decks pretty fast, because Jolteon is just kind of an insane card, and you're switching between a bunch of Iron Valiants and stuff. But then you go back to that problem of not being able to deal with big basics like Miraidon and stuff like that. Entei Iron Valiant really is like that perfect middle ground of the two. Which allows it to shine in ways that, you know, Jolteon or Xatu variants just don't get to, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Kind of rounding out the tier list with some weirdo picks. We've got Serena EX, a very cool and unique deck, putting down your opponent's Pokemon to 30 HP remaining with Icicle Soul, blocking damage with Panic Mask and Vanillix, and then taking all of your prize cards in one go with Hisui and Braviary. As much as I love the deck,
D tier, yeah.
I think it's way too slow.
Definitely, I agree. I mean, I think both me and you have been playing this deck at least a little bit here and there. We've both built it and played it, and it is a very fun deck. Like, if you have kind of like a chill local stay on your weekend or something where y'all play chiller decks or something, I would 100% be like, I would build like Sarina and go to that with that. It's a very fun deck. It's cool when you get like the combo off. You know, you get a couple Pokemon within that 30 HP range. You get out that Bravery and you just knock them all. Very, very cool, fun combo. Very satisfying, but it's just realistically in a like more competitive setting, I just don't think you're going to have the time to be able to do that for the most part, and you're just going to kind of get eaten up most of the time.
Yeah, just because, like, the setup, it's a much heavier setup than Gardevoir, than Charizard, so you're a little bit slower. So, like, Iron Hands is going to eat your board alive, Iron Valiant will eat your board alive, and, you know, you can still you can still get cheesed in, like, other matchups, because it's like, as cool of a deck as it is, if you understand how the strategy works, you can play around it really easy with just about every deck, right? Like saving your evolutions for after the Icicle Soul, or saving your Bravery Charms for after the Icicle Soul. That way you still get to attack. It's just like, it's pretty easy to play around.
I was gonna say, even with the big basic decks, there still is like there's a lot of evolution in this format, and just like that kind of just messes Serena up like immediately. You know, you get a Charmander within 30 damage, you get knocked, and then it evolves. It's like you basically just wasted your turn.
yeah, exactly.
So I mean, yeah, like I said, very fun deck, but competitively, I think unless you're just going there to have fun, I would not play it.
Yeah, I 100% agree. We got Zoroark Box. Zoroark Box, a deck that I tested quite a bit. Took it to a League Cup even. I think this might actually be one of the best formats for Zoroark Box. That doesn't necessarily mean it's entirely great, but the addition of Jirachi is a huge buff to the deck, finally giving it a chance to deal with Lost Zone decks without getting their board eaten alive by Sableye. Super huge, but again, you still have to worry about things like Iron Hand, you still have to worry about things like Iron Valiant. That being said, I think that Iron Valiant is probably not something you have to worry about going into this tournament specifically. Your Gardevoir matchup is also really bad, but again, we're kind of expecting Guardy numbers to be down a little bit. I gotta be honest, I'm feeling B tier for Zoroark Box. This might be the highest I think we could ever put it, because it definitely does struggle with some consistency issues and, you know, some polarizing matchups here and there. But I think for Stuttgart specifically, I think Zoroark has a pretty good chance.
I'll say for that, I don't know. B tier, I think. I don't know. It'd be very hard to convince. I think it'd be very hard to convince me to go above C tier. But if you believe, we can put it in B tier. I mean, I can kind of see what you're saying, but I just don't see it happening. Honestly, I just don't think Zoroark's really quite there. And even if it was, I don't think it's going to be the pick a lot of people go with.
For sure, definitely. Definitely will not be a popular deck by any means. And yeah, I mean, it can struggle with a lot of these things, but I think like I think your Roaring Moon matchup's pretty good. Your Charizard matchup's pretty good. Miraidon, as long as you can deal with the Iron Hands fast enough, it's pretty good. I mean, if you kind of struggle and brick, then like you just lose instantly, which kind of sucks. So I can definitely see where you're coming from. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with C tier either. I think like kind of on those fringes, I think makes sense. I don't know. It's just like I said. I think if we're expecting Miraidon, Guardy, Charizard, Roaring Moon, maybe Mew for this event, those are all pretty good matchups except for Gardevoir. And again, Miraidon's just kind of dependent. So
Yeah,
I think
no,
like on the fringes of B and C, I think makes sense.
I can see it. I can see it. Like I said, if you believe in it, we can let it ride at B tier.
All right, well, finally we have Iron Valiant Urshifu. I think the last Valiant archetype we have, or the last archetype we have in general. This, I think, is the Valiant variant that I have the most time into.
It's definitely the funnest, in my opinion. Most
It's
viable, definitely not. But
definitely not. I mean, listen, it's hard to argue with Rapid Flow, right? But as far as Iron Valiant goes, it is. Yeah, I mean, obviously we've talked up the Entei one a whole bunch. This is the only other variant of Iron Valiant that actually has regional results. Outside of the Entei version, there's a few people that made day 2, I think, at Gdansk and Brisbane. I don't think it made day 2 at LAIC, but some good plays here. And I think like there is some merit to this version. I do still think it kind of struggles. Rather, let me say this. I think it struggles in consistency with having to deal with a VMAX. Because the VMAX can't be switched out with things like Switch Cart, which hurts the amount of like switching opportunities you have. Of course, you have Tower of Waters, which gives it free retreat and all that fun stuff, and that's all well and good. It's kind of unique, right? Like it can deal with the evolution decks relatively quickly, and it can deal with big basics. I mean, you hit Miraidon for weakness, like that's just such a free matchup. If you get paired into Miraidon, it's crazy. And then like against things like Roaring Moon, you have Rapid Flow to prevent them from like going too ham with Frenzied Gouging and things of that nature. So I definitely think it's fine, but I'm not like just the addition of the VMAX and then a whole bunch of Rapid Strike energy. Like you'd be surprised that mucks up the deck pretty fast.
it bucks up the deck. It gets a little awkward. Uh, I got a decent amount of experience playing this deck too. This was the first Iron Valiant variant I tried out just because in my head immediately I was like, bro, Iron Valiant, that's sick. That's become one of my favorite Pokemon just because it's like basically Gardevoir line. And then it's like Urshifu, that's one of my favorite Pokemon. Like Rapid Strike's sick. So I obviously went in that direction immediately. But like usually most of my experiences playing the deck was you start off pretty strong and then your mid game is a huge struggle. You like I got stuck a lot. It just had to try to fight my way out of it. It sometimes you can make it work and sometimes you can't. I just think yeah, if you're gonna play Iron Valiant, you're better off going Entei, but I think if you're looking I don't know if you want to compete but play Iron Valiant and have a lot of fun, I will say I think Rapid Strike's a great deck for that.
Yeah, for sure. Again, especially if you're expecting a lot of Miraidon.
Yeah, definitely. It does have its strengths, and like you said, it can deal with his evolution Pokemon pretty quickly. I mean, Urshifu is still like just a complete monster.
Yeah. Still with all that, like I said, I think its consistency leaves a bit to be desired, so I'm feeling C
Yeah,
tier on this one.
I agree.
Yeah. Just drop it there. So that is
Yeah,
all the archetypes we have on the tier list. So here's what we're gonna do. I think for our S tier, what we're gonna do is if you were going to Stuttgart Regionals, what deck would you play? And so we'll have two decks, but the deck I would play, the deck you would play. So, Stuttgart Regionals is tomorrow. You gotta sleeve up a deck, get some sleep. You're going to the venue tomorrow. Josh, what are you bringing?
Gardevoir.
Gardevoir. Hard to argue. I mean, I think we said it before. I think like you and I are kind of on the boat that Gardevoir is probably the best deck in the game, and that even when the meta is unfavored for it, when Iron Hands is around, when Iron Valiant is around, it can still just like go off and do some pretty crazy things. So yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. It's just, I mean, it's got, in my opinion, like you said, I think the numbers are going to be down, but it's still going to perform well. I really do. Like, I could easily see it winning, and if nothing else, I think it's, at the very least, it's going to perform well, so it should be something you watch out for. It's just a very strong deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like one of those things. It's also like we said, Miraidon, Guardy, Charizard. I think those are probably like your safest picks this format.
Yeah.
You know, if you're ever
You get,
unsure about like what to play at something, I think like those three decks are like the ones to go for, I think.
yeah, it's just, even with Gardevoir, with its matchups that it doesn't like, Gardevoir still has a decent chance of being able to wiggle itself out or into a better position. Just, I mean, the nature of the deck, if as the cards line up right, you can get yourself out of pretty much any situation. Because Carnivore's just so laissez-faire about what they need for the most part. It's a little slow to get online, but it's pretty easy to get online and get going. And then once you're there, it's just you start swinging for those crazy numbers. And if your opponent can't deal with it, it's just you're gonna win.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to think if I am trying to pick a deck that I think is going to do well into the expected meta that I think we have, right? So I'm thinking like big basics are going to be good. I think Miraidon's going to be good. I think Roaring Moon probably has a good shot this weekend. If I was going off of the meta, the deck that I think is the best play for the weekend, I gotta be honest, I think I'm leaning Giratina. I think because, like I said, Giratina's a 2-prize killer. It's an absolute monster. If it wasn't for Charizard decks playing Lost City, I would say Sablezard. But because Charizard decks are playing Lost City right now, that makes me not want to play Sablezard. I think in that instance, I think Giratina is just better. Because again, you're absolutely eating 2-prizers alive, and you still have the utility to deal with evolution decks, with like Roxanne Path, and with things like Sableye Lost Mine, things of that nature. I just think like into the field that I'm expecting for Stuttgart regionals, I think like Giratina is just kind of nuts, and I think we're like very much due for Path like ruining everybody's day at this point, because Path is so strong this format, but like there's not very many decks that get to use it to like maximum effectiveness. I think Giratina, I think, is like the only deck that gets to do that.
So I can see where you're coming from, and I do agree to an extent. My only counterpoint to it is just that Giratina, for its like pretty much its entire existence outside of Japan, has just been weirdly unpopular.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't see that changing. I want to be honest. I don't think a whole lot of people are going to go that route.
Oh yeah, I don't expect it to be popular, but do I expect it to have like for the meta that I expect? Do I think it can win 100%? That's like my justification. Was that like I think this is the meta where Giratina can get the win.
I don't disagree, but I would be decently surprised. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm not gonna lie, I would be too, because it feels like everybody outside of Japan just like stop believing in this deck. I'm still holding out hope for it. I don't know. It's just like when you look at it all in paper, it's just like it just should be so good, but sometimes it just do not be drawing good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I agree. If you want my honest opinion, probably the best position deck to take it all would be Miradon, in my opinion, honestly. I think for this particular tournament, it's just I think Miradon's in a very good spot. It's been performing well. I think depending on what other people are playing, Miradon's going to be a very good matchup in general. And I don't know. I think it's going to eat a lot of people up.
Yeah, I think I should have phrased my earlier question a little bit better. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Rather not
It's
what you would play, right? Because you would play Guardy, and like even though I say Giratina would win, you know I would be sleeping on Charizard because I'm not Lost Zone material.
no, I agree. No, I know what you mean. But yeah, yeah. I think least most likely for me, I think Miradon is best position to take it all right now.
I agree, to be honest. I think Miraidon's really good. It's surprisingly is like, we talked about the metagame being like a triangle earlier, right? Where big basics win, and they get bodied by one prizers, and one prizers get bodied by the evolution hate, those guys get bodied by the big basics, right? It kind of all goes around in a circle. I think Miraidon can kind of ride the fine line of being able to hate on evolution and one prize decks while also still aggressively giving big basics a run for their money. I've heard even
Yeah,
some top players consider Miraidon to be the best deck in format, and I close to
I don't.
agreeing. I need to see more, but I'm close to agreeing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if I can like 100% agree with that, but I could definitely see the argument being made for it. It's I don't know. I just think particularly right now, it's definitely probably the best position deck. It's I mean, if Roaring Moon comes out in full force, even then, like we're kind of predicting, I mean, Miradon doesn't care too much about that. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. You know what I mean?
It's just whoever gets two prizes first.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just basically whoever has the better setup.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, I agree with that completely. I think, like, Gardevoir and Charizard, they're very good decks. They're going to perform well, but just depending on what kind of matchup spread they have to go into, I think most likely they're going to have a rougher time.
Yeah, 100%. We got Eric in the chat. This really feels like a Mew turning to me. Rowan for the dub with Tech to Mew.
Listen,
I could see it.
if you took it, I would not be surprised. Like 100%. I learned a long time ago.
Here, okay, we can also get... Okay, so we have your pick, we got my pick. Let's get a chat pick for the S tier, and then we'll kind of adjust the tiers after the fact. Now, I think Eric might be the only person in chat, so Eric, I'll ask you, double Turbo Mew or Fusion Mew?
Gotta be double turbo.
I'm feeling double
seeing his
Turbo, to be
response
honest.
yet. I think if you were gonna go mute, double turbo is kind of the route right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think, like, the judge path angle of Mew is just, like, so strong right now. Like, you risk, like, just insta-losing to Spiritomb, but, like, nobody's playing that card right now. And then your Charizard matchup is worse, right? I think the Fusion Mew has a slightly better matchup than the Charizard, in my opinion. But the Double Turbo Mew has some tricks. You can do, like, Crushing Hammers. You can do Luxray V and Grabber. So it has some tricks to cheese the matchup, but the whole double turbo path thing, just like, or path judge thing with the double turbo build, it actually stunts so many decks in this format. It's crazy. And yeah, we got confirmation from Eric in the chat. He just says DT is just better. Hard loses some things, but it's just so good. I think I agree.
Yeah, no, definitely I agree too. It's like we always say, dude. Mute's just that one deck that, like, if you take your eyes off of it too long, it's gonna come out of it's gonna come out of its cave. It's gonna be like, what's going on out here?
Yeah, I mean, okay. We had Obsidian Flames format. We had 151 format. Mew had, probably the least amount of top 8 appearances it's ever had in its lifetime, but it still had top 8 appearances despite Charizard. And now we're in Paradox Rift format. Again, how many Charizards do we see in top 8s between Brisbane and Gdansk these like 2 weeks ago? And it had to have been like 7 or 8 different Charizard players between both tournaments make top 8, and there were still like 1 or 2 Mews in top 8 at Gdansk, and I'm just like, this deck is just never gonna die. It's just not, if not even Charizard can stop it from getting that far, then quite literally nothing can.
Yeah, definitely.
So now that we have your pick, my pick, and chat picks out of the way and into our S tier, Let's look back through A, B, C, and D and adjust. Try to see if there's anything we want to move. Trying to see. I think the biggest
I'm
thing
pretty.
standing out to me is like I'm a little bit hotter on Inteleon or Shifu than I think probably should be. This may not be the best event for it. Actually, yeah. Considering like Giratina Miraidon's a good matchup for it, but like Mew kind of sucks. Roaring Moon kind of sucks. So maybe C tier is correct if this is kind of like what we're expecting. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that is correct.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the biggest argument could be made with the Roaring Moon at A tier, but at the same time, like we were saying, just I think prediction wise, it's just considering these last couple regionals, I think a lot of people will be looking at Roaring Moon as a counter option. And I think you do need to take online tournaments into at least a little bit of context because like decent percentage of online players are gonna go to the live tournaments if they can make it. So Roaring Moon's been performing very well. I think a lot of people are gonna be paying attention to that and something that they're gonna be taking into account.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I've said it multiple times in this video, but I know I'm a bit of a Moon doubter, but I do think if there was ever a tournament, or at least so far, I think this is the tournament that I think it can have the deepest run at. So I think on the fringe of like A tier and B tier, I think makes sense.
Yeah.
We got Eric in the chat. Don't sleep on the Lost Box though. Some Sable's Art action could be good for sure. I mean,
Well, I don't think we slept on Lost Box at all. I just I think you got to keep into context just what else is going on in the format right now, you know?
yeah. I mean, you and I said that like in a vacuum, Sable's Art is without a doubt like probably the best Lost Zone deck. Just this format, like it's pretty insane how good that deck is. And I personally would have it in A tier if it weren't for the fact that Charizard players are using Lost City these days. If that wasn't the case, it would be an easy A tier for me, I think. Just because it's just like so good into basically everything we have up there. It's like nuts. Everything except Charizard. But the Lost City is the only thing keeping it out of A tier for me. In fact, if like I said, if Charizard wasn't playing Lost City, that I would have that in S over Giratina, like straight up.
Yeah, no, I can agree with you there. And like, I mean, I could see it coming out and performing very well. It's just, I don't know. I don't think people's minds are going to be on Lost Box right now. I think they're just these other decks we've already kind of talked about are more of like the bigger concern.
Yeah, but I don't think I have any other adjustments. I'm not going to order anything within the tiers. You know, we can just kind of leave it at generalities from there. Josh or chat, are there any adjustments we think need to be made?
I'm pretty happy with the list.
Yeah, like I said, I think we're pretty good on it.
Yeah, I would say final like closing thoughts. The biggest scrutiny you could have on this list would be the Snorlax and D tier, but that's literally just because I really think playing control into this would be a bad option.
Yeah, I mean it's a tale as old as time. Control wins a regional, and then the very next regional, everybody techs for it, and all the control players stop playing control because they know people are teching for it. So it's not even like it's it's the same. It's the usual thing. People tech for it. The control players stop playing it because people are teching for it, and if the control players aren't playing it, then it can't win, right? So
Yep.
It's just one of those things. We're not calling it a bad deck. No, in fact, I think. Again, I won't speak for you, but I think it's one of the best decks in the game right now. Just for Stuttgart Regionals specifically, I think it is a pretty bad call.
So yeah, definitely. If you get it outside of a format where control's being looked at in particular, you could very easily put it in A tier, S tier, in my opinion. It is a very, very good deck. It's just, I think it's literally going to be the hottest spot deck right now that people are going to be on the lookout for because no one wants to lose to control.
Yeah, we got Eric in the chat. Zoroark box might be high, but I see what you're saying. So I'm outnumbered 2-1 here, so we'll drop Zoroark box to C.
Yeah,
Which I mean, like,
man, it's
like
just
I said, like, it just makes sense.
it's like I said, I can see where you're coming from, but it's just I still just don't see that as being a super popular deck.
Yeah, very fair. One final note before we just wrap things up, Eric from chat. This would literally be the worst tourney to play stall, 100%. It's all summed up perfectly right there.
Definitely.
But yeah, overall, like I said, I think like Miraidon, Charizard, Guardia, those are like your quote-unquote safe picks for this format, I think. But yeah, like I said, I think the format just moves in these ways of like we're gonna have big basics that are really good, and then we're gonna have evolutions and one prizers bully them out of the format, and then the evolution hate like Iron Hands and Iron Valiant's gonna bully those out of the format, and then it circles back to the big basics bullying those decks out of the format. It's just gonna kind of be this circle, and I think right now we're in a position where the big basics are gonna be coming out, or rather like the evolution hate is kind of gonna be pretty big. So decks like Roaring Moon, Miraidon, Giratina, Mew, I think like those decks just make so much sense for this upcoming weekend. But I mean, you know, this metagame changes so rapidly. It's just one of those things we're just gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, well, I think that is going to wrap it up. That is our tier list for Stuttgart Regionals, the kind of decks that we think will be good, decks that we would play, assuming we had perfect play with every deck type thing. Funny enough that we do this for a regional that we have absolutely no business going to. I can't do international travel, but anyway, be that as it may,
it's interesting to talk about.
For sure. I mean, you got to keep your pulse on the metagame for sure. Helps you prepare for other tournaments, right? So, but with that being said, I think that's going to do it for us. Thank you all for watching as always. Of course, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, all that fun stuff. And, check us out for more Pokemon TCG related content. Of course, also don't forget to follow our podcast, Damage Counter Podcast. We release episodes every other Thursday. We talk about all kinds of things. We talk about different cards, all the news, different decks that are happening, tournaments, and we try to top it off with a fun little discussion at the end of every episode. So if you haven't seen us, definitely check us out. Again, every other Thursday on basically every podcasting platform you can think of. Of course, all the other links, Twitter, Twitch, all that other stuff is going to be in the episode or in the episode description, so use of the podcast. But yeah, I think that's going to do it from us. Thank you very much for watching. We'll catch you in the next video. Boom. Pretty good.
Pretty good. I'm pretty happy with this. I think this is about as accurate as you could predict, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it is all prediction at the end of the day. This will be the one tournament, right? This will be the one tournament.
It's gonna be fucking nuts, and like we're just gonna look like absolute idiots.
Dude, yeah, I've been like preaching that like Paradox Rift is like, oh, the meta's already like this is your meta, this isn't changing, there's no spice, and then this is gonna be the tournament where there's spice, and it's just like it's gonna shake it on its head. I don't know, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to do a follow up or something, another video, or at least like hit it on the podcast and just talk real quick about what actually hit.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea for a main discussion. I think we just talk about, yeah, hey, here's where we were wrong.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, we did these predictions the other week. Here's how they actually turned out. Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Gotta get people on the live streams. Anyway, I think that's gonna do it for us tonight. I don't think we had anything planned, did we?
Nope.
Cool. All right, well, that's gonna do it for us tonight. Europe loves their Mew, boys. That's true. Oh, we forgot to. Yeah, he's right. We forgot to factor in this is a European tournament, which means
that is true.
Which means Mew is always S tier because they never tech for it. It's so funny. I think the only reason it didn't win Gdansk is because there was like 3 or 4 Charizards in top cut. Which, I mean, despite the fact that I think the Mew lost to Snorlax Stall in top 8, doesn't matter. Anyway. That's gonna do it for us tonight. Like I said, we're trying to make these streams a weekly thing. I don't think we have like a set day for it. We're just kind of gonna pick whatever day works best. So
yeah, we're definitely trying to do more.
Yeah, so stick around. Keep the notifications on, do all that fun stuff. And yeah, that's all I got. So everyone, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night.